Can hear me? Good morning. All right, wonderful. You can hear me. Welcome to the very first plenary session of the 2024 World Science Forum. I'm so glad you're here in this beautiful space here in the Academy of Arts. We are excited because this is the first session, and we are talking about something foundational: trust in science. My name is Sudip Parikh. I have the privilege of serving as the Chief Executive Officer of the American Association for the Advancement of Science, and I'm also the executive publisher of the journal Science. I am excited because we're going to talk about trust. And, I'm the moderator of this session, and I was given advice a long time ago: when you are the moderator or when you're introducing something, you only have a brief amount of time, then you have an obligation. You have an obligation to be profound, because you're taking up time in front of a lot of smart people who are going to talk about important things. But my mentor said, no, Sudip, you're probably not going to be profound. So if you can't be profound, then your obligation is to be informative, because you have to give something important for people to chew on, for them to think about. But then she said, Sudip, if you can't be profound and you can't be informative, then for goodness sakes, be brief. And so this morning, I'm going to attempt to be brief and bring up the profound speakers that we have. So as I think about trust in science, trust is foundational to every relationship, whether that's a relationship between spouses, whether it's a relationship among families, and also whether it's a relationship between the scientific community and the communities in which we live. Trust is foundational. And one of the things that I've learned over time, and my wife taught me this, is that trust is gained in teaspoons and lost in buckets. When you lose trust, when you break trust, it takes a very long time to bring it back. And so as we think about where trust is in the community, between the community and scientists, in the case of the U.S., which I know best, the scientific community is still held in high esteem. The Pew Research Center does an annual survey in the United States. And until 2020, the profession with the highest trust was nursing. Nursing. Not doctors, for the physicians in the room. Not doctors, nurses. But scientists and the scientific community were a close second. Close to 80% confidence and trust in the scientific community. The COVID pandemic really played havoc with trust in science. And I think this happened around the world. That said, at its lowest point in the United States, trust in science in the overall population bottomed out at around 70%. 70%. So when you compare that to other professions, the legal community, the journalism community, politicians and faith leaders, much, much higher was science. So we need to think about the context of where we're starting, which is that science is still held in high esteem. But what's happened around the world is also a polarization of that trust. In the United States, by political party. And so we looked at the survey this year, and we do see a small rebound in that trust by about 3 or 4% from the bottom. So now up around 74%. But we see the highest gains in trust, again, coming from, in the parlance of the United States, Republicans. That's good, almost a 5% increase. We want to make sure that science is a bipartisan issue, a cross-spectrum issue, regardless of ideology. Science is an evidence-based mechanism. As we heard last night, science is a universal language that, when done well, can be an objective source of guidance for policymakers and, for that matter, at our kitchen tables, and can hopefully build trust amongst both the scientists that are producing it and the communities in which we live. Now, you've heard my brief statement about trust. Now we're going to bring the profound to the stage. And so I hope what we can do today is have a conversation about listening, about finding common ground, about being engaged and visible members of our communities, and importantly, about showing humility. Showing humility. The worst thing in the world that happens is when we show up as the only experts in a room. So we're gonna have that discussion today. The format of this session is that first we're gonna hear from our keynote speaker, Dr. Tamara El-Zein, the Secretary General of the National Council for Scientific Research of Lebanon. And then we're gonna hear from our set of distinguished speakers. And then we're gonna follow that with a general discussion. And so to start us off, I'm gonna welcome Dr. Tamara El-Zein to the floor. Dr. El-Zein.
So good morning, everyone. So just to say that I feel flattered to give the keynote in presence of distinguished panelists. And thank you for the introduction. So allow me first to express my deep gratitude to the organizers for inviting me to give this keynote. But however, I don't know if you can see my slide. I will not hide the truth that my journey here was somehow very difficult. As I wrote this speech, I did so amidst the deafening sounds of Israeli bombings, surrounded by death and destruction, where thinking about science and its concerns seemed to me like an intellectual luxury. Yet, I made it to be here, not just because it's an honor to give this keynote, but because I carry an urgent message. Yes, we must restore our trust in science, but more importantly, we must renew our faith in science as a force for building knowledge for the good of humanity. As we all know, the decline in trust in science does not merely slow the progress of scientific knowledge, which is desperately needed to address the world's most devastating challenges. It also obstructs our capacity to engage in positive and meaningful dialogue about the solutions that science can offer. Yet, around the world, we see not only a decline in this trust, but a growing belief that science does more harm than good. Of course, there are many reasons behind this loss of trust. Among them, we can mention citizen scientific illiteracy, the very small number of science journalists, and the negligible space given to science and scientists in the media. To this, we must add the spread of scientific misinformation, which is more easily disseminated through social media. At the heart of all this lie two key players, which are on the extremities of the process. The first one is the educational system, where the root of the problem is. And this system, which is meant to forge our initial connections with science, to this day falls short in preparing citizens who can truly grasp the scientific method and in turn place their trust in it. The second player is the global scientific system or global scientific community meant to produce knowledge through science, yet now complicit in the commodification of knowledge and the rampant quantophrenia of metrics. This has led to a vicious cycle of rankings and evaluations, one that not only stifles scientists, but also distances them from society, thereby undermining their broader societal mission to bring science closer to citizens. How can we, even partially, address these challenges? A few thoughts on the education system and the global scientific system. To tackle the failure of the education system, we must start by recognizing that usually we mistrust what we don't understand. To rebuild the trust in science, we should not expect citizens to become experts, but we must ensure they possess a foundational understanding of science. How can we achieve this? First, we need to reform curriculum. School curricula should place a greater emphasis on scientific methods, logic, and philosophy of science. Our interaction with science is not only shaped by what we know, but also by how we can judge facts rationally and methodically. This will also help preventing the spread of pseudoscience and misinformation. Second, we should break knowledge silos, and it is high time to end the compartmentalization of knowledge into isolated disciplines, as the French philosopher Edgar Morin often argues. Since the early stages of school, scientific knowledge is fragmented across different disciplines with no clear unifying elements, which hinders the development of a cohesive scientific culture. To foster scientific literacy and a culture of trust, we must encourage cross-disciplinary learning and integration, not merely the accumulation of fragmented knowledge. Third, we must give greater attention to the history of science, not as contributions of the different civilizations, but as a practical and philosophical evolution of the scientific edifice. As Karl Popper once said, science should not be viewed as a body of knowledge, but rather as a system of hypotheses. We need to cultivate a public perception that science is an ongoing process. The failure of any hypothesis should not lead to a loss of trust in science, but be embraced as an intrinsic condition for its advancement. Last but not least, we must reshape the narrative around scientific discoveries. In our schools and across the media, we need to move away from the romanticized image of the solitary genius achieving instant breakthrough. As Nobel laureate Duncan Haldane wisely remarked, you can't get up in the morning and say, I'm going to discover something extremely useful. It is essential to cultivate in the public's mind the understanding that scientific progress is the result of years of rigorous collaborative research, and that is limited by the tools available at the time. We must temper public expectations, moving away from the illusion of quick fixes and embrace a more realistic view of how scientific discovery unfolds. Let us now turn to the second key player, which is the global scientific system where knowledge is generated, and to consider the role of scientific institutions. But before doing so, I would like to pose a few simple yet fundamental questions that should guide our future actions. What is the true vocation of scientific research? What do our citizens expect from it? What responsibility do institutions and scientists have in shaping public perception and engaging in the broader societal and political debates? And ultimately, what is the nature of relationship between science and society? To address these questions, we must also examine the transformations that have led to the current model of science, which is increasingly shaped by market forces. I will consider a few examples just to show these transformations. As many thinkers, including Etienne Klein, have observed, the term progress has gradually been replaced by the term innovation. And this linguistic shift reflects a broader paradigm shift, one that is deeply intertwined with the economic transformations of recent decades. We have moved from an era in which science was expected to foster progress for humanity to one where its primary goal has become commercial. This shift has fundamentally changed the public's perception of science, which is now often viewed as a commodity rather than an intellectually inspired adventure. Furthermore, the bazaar of international rankings and the tyranny of metrics, as historian Jerry Miller aptly describes, has deepened the rift between scientists and society. The mantra, publish or perish, has reduced researchers to mere machines of publications. Even more troubling for scientists in the global south, including my own country, this became publish locally and perish globally, further isolating scientists from their own societies and fueling growing mistrust in science and scientists. A few years ago, we were told innovation or extinction, and now the focus has shifted to entrepreneurship, not to mention the struggle of research funding. As Lawrence Bush observes in Knowledge for Sale, the market-driven changes in higher education have turned the scholarly research into a competition based on metrics such as number of citations and the value of grants. Scholars have come to view themselves as economic agents rather than seekers of knowledge. These trends have, without any doubt, contributed to an increasing divide between scientists and the public. Throughout these developments, little attention has been paid to strengthening the relationship between science and society or encouraging scientists to actively engage in efforts to improve scientific literacy and bring science closer to the people. Institutions must resist the growing obsession with metrics, and scientists cannot afford to remain secluded within universities and research centers. As Bruno Latour reminds us, scientists have a responsibility to demonstrate the value of their research to society. One final reflection, now that my country is enduring an Israeli offensive in which the pinnacle of technology, including AI, is being wielded with devastating force, I can attest that the application of science for destruction is shaking our core convictions and fostering a growing hostility towards science and technology. This blind fascination with certain technologies, even when they bring death, is deeply unhealthy. It forces us to reconsider the glorification of science power at the expense of international norms and the humanist values. It is the humanity, our ethics, our wisdom, that must define the purpose of science. As Isaac Asimov once warned, the saddest aspect of life right now is that science gathers knowledge faster than society gathers wisdom. Thus, by advocating for a science that upholds humanity's highest values, ideals, as a servant of the common good, guided by wisdom and empathy, we can restore faith in its potential and reclaim the promise of a brighter and more just future for all. Thank you.
Dr. Alzine, thank you. I promised that the profound would be joining the stage, and that was profound. I'm looking forward to the discussion around it. Now I'd like to invite the panelists to the stage. From here, the format changes a bit. What we'll do is we'll have short presentations. Please come on up to the stage. We'll have short presentations from each of the panelists, and then we'll engage in a discussion. Terrific. Thank you. So we're going to introduce individually, and then they'll present, and I'm going to remind our speakers to stay within 7 to 10 minutes to make sure that we have some time for discussion and then questions from the audience. To start, we're going to give the floor to Professor Kajita. He is a distinguished university professor at the University of Tokyo. He is the director of the Institute for Cosmic Ray Research at the University of Tokyo and was president of the Science Council of Japan, and he shared the Nobel Prize in Physics in 2015 for his role in discovering atmospheric neutrino oscillations. So please welcome Professor Kajita to the floor.
Thank you, and good morning. This morning, I want to talk about gaining trust in science. Actually, I'm a physicist, therefore it's very difficult for me to speak on this topic. But anyway, let's try. Well, in this talk, I will discuss these items. Now, first, views on trust in science regarding global issues. The issues facing humanity today, such as climate change, are formidable. Even more, 20 to 30 years from now, society may confront changes which far exceed predictions based on current knowledge. How to respond to climate change is a fitting example of indispensable collaboration based on the mutual trust among three parties: scientists who conduct scientific research and technological development, mass media that broadly communicates these activities to the public, and politicians. In general, scientists feel that the effects of climate change are becoming even more obvious. However, political moves to address this issue seem rather slow. Of course, politics must deal with complex day-to-day issues, but I anticipate that the various stakeholders, including scientists and politicians, need to work closely together based on trust. Without this, our planet will truly be in a critical situation. In order to respond quickly and appropriately to unpredictable changes, it is necessary to integrate various research across a wide range of scientific fields, including basic research. Though politicians and society may be slow to act, scientists themselves must honestly communicate their scientific results to the large body of stakeholders. It is the scientists that can recognize the occurrence of a problem which no one else is aware of. Therefore, it is the social responsibility of scientists to sound the alarm to society and issue a resounding call for action to address the problem. If scientists act with awareness of this responsibility, it may result in gaining trust in science. Now, I want to move on to the second topic, personal experience of trust in basic research. I consider basic science to possess two aspects. Basic science will expand the horizon of human knowledge, bringing a common intellectual property for all humankind. It brings us closer to the truth of things and a deep understanding of the natural world. In addition, basic science may eventually be utilized in people's daily lives. What is it for? Is a question often asked of important scientific achievements. In Japan, in a well-known episode, my mentor, Professor Koshiba, 2002 Nobel Prize winner, replied to such a question, and he said, neutrino research is completely useless. Well, this may be an extreme case, but it takes a long time for basic research to impact on the lives of many people. I also want to mention Super Kamiokande, which is a facility for neutrino research. Super Kamiokande has been in operation since 1996. I'm certain that this experiment has maintained the trust of stakeholders for many years. However, there was a very difficult time. In 2001, more than half of the photodetectors in Super Kamiokande were lost in an instant. I was afraid that we would lose the trust of the government, the public, and neighboring residents if we failed to give an honest explanation of what had happened. I knew that we needed to explain our understanding of the causes, including what we knew and what we did not know, and to communicate our thoughts properly. It was clear that we would start discussion for restoration and countermeasures for the accident only after the various stakeholders trusted us. I really felt the need at the time for trust in science. Now, I want to move on to the last item, society's expectation in science. What I'm always concerned about is that even in projects for basic research, in many cases, we are required to state the ripple effect on society. Moreover, scientists are under pressure to say something to help their scientific research project be approved. However, when the project is approved and the research started, since such things were not the purpose of the research in the first place, few results emerge and with negligible ripple effect on society. This may have a negative effect on trust in science or scientists. This situation may not be unique in Japan, but also may occur in other countries. Next, I want to talk about the time scale. Well, time spans are often very different between researchers and the general public. Excessive expectation of science may deteriorate trust in science in the long run. For example, in some research fields, such as medical science, I'm aware that there are excessive expectations for definite results or discoveries to be immediately converted into a practical use. But this cannot happen so quickly. I'm afraid that such high social expectations might negatively impact on our trust in science in the mid to long term. Finally, I want to mention another aspect. Sometimes it is also necessary for scientists to make efforts to communicate with the public to raise the necessary funds. As an example from Japan, National Museum of Nature and Science, which ran into financial difficulties last year, succeeded to raise many times of its target through the crowdfunding. I believe this was the result of the efforts by scientists in the museum to face the public and directly provide their explanations for gaining the trust of supporters. This episode provides that there is support from the public for research that is not immediately useful. Okay, in summary, I think that scientists need to be honest and communicate the reality of their research to society. And only through such behavior, I think scientists can gain trust in science. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kishita. I'm reminded when answering the question about what is the purpose of your science, being honest is certainly the right answer, and saying that neutrinos are useless is a perfectly acceptable answer. I'm reminded of Michael Faraday's answer when he was asked the question, what good are electrons? And he said, I don't know, but someday you're going to tax it. Thank you, Professor Kishida. A terrific presentation. I'm looking forward to the discussion. And now we're going to hear from our second speaker, Professor Herzog. Professor Lisa Herzog is the Dean and Faculty Member in the Faculty of Philosophy at the University of Groningen. Her research is at the intersection of political philosophy and economic thought. I'm going to ask her to please join us. She's a member of the Global Young Academy and has experience at institutions across Europe. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. I want to start by inviting you all to think back for just 10 seconds when you started your PhD research or whatever research was the first project you engaged in. I venture the guess that most of you were really driven by idealism. You wanted to know, you were curious, you wanted to make a difference with your research, whether a difference in what we know or a difference in how we can address diseases, whatever. And most young scientists that I've ever met also enjoy talking about their research. They enjoy outreach, they enjoy collaborating with others, they want to do all the things that we know are good for science. And then they enter the academic system, and our keynote already mentioned some of the problems. They experience pressure, pressure, pressure. Publish, get into the rankings, get in money, all these things. So I'm a philosopher by training, and I could talk endlessly about the philosophy of trust, but I want to be rather practical today, because I think we all have an ethical responsibility as members of the academic community to help make the system different. My argument is this: we know a lot about what it takes to be trustworthy as scientists and scholars and to build trust in science. But we need to make more space for these things in the academic system. And I want to briefly talk about a few things that it would take to do that. The first is provide young people with training and support to build communities. There are natural communication talents, but a lot can be learned. And also, when it comes to trust, you need to learn what to do, but you also need to learn what not to do. For example, in research on science communication, you probably all have heard of the so-called deficit model, which is this idea that we, the scientists, know something and the public out there has a knowledge deficit, so we come along and fill the knowledge deficit. And this so-called deficit model has been shown in many studies not to work. That's not how you build trust in science. It's much more about listening, about building connection, about being humble, as our moderator said. We know these things. There are tons of studies about them. But the average PhD student in, say, biochemistry doesn't necessarily know this. And we need to provide these people with mentors, also for trust-building activities. And now comes a tiny advertisement slide, but I'll keep it very short. We did a project at the Global Young Academy a couple of years ago, where we tried to summarize a lot of the knowledge that is out there on how you build trust in science in short, accessible videos for all scientists, young or old, to understand what it takes, how you make the first steps into science communication, and also to collect best practices from scholars and scientists worldwide about how you can collaborate with the public to build trust. A second point, when it comes to building science, I think it's wrong to just see science on the one hand and society on the other, and not to think about this in a more ecosystem kind of way. In sociology of science, there's the term interactional expertise, and that's the idea that you can have expertise in a field where you're not a contributor. You wouldn't be able to contribute to neutrino research, for example, but you'd be able to understand what people there are doing, to ask the right questions, and to translate that kind of knowledge in a language that other people can understand. And that has traditionally been the role of science journalists. Unfortunately, in many countries, because of the changes in the media system, science journalism has been under pressure. There are new groups of science communication experts, sometimes working for universities, sometimes also freelancers. And I think as researchers, we need to collaborate with these groups because they have a lot to offer for us, and we have a lot to offer for them because they don't do the research, but they can help us communicate it better. But I want to draw this even broader. I want to think about this as a matter of, and that's now a bit of jargon, apologies, about the epistemic infrastructure of democracy. What do I mean by this? Infrastructure is clear. All societies need infrastructures. But for science to fulfill its function in society, we also need what in philosophy we would call epistemic infrastructures, the infrastructures for knowledge and knowledge communication. And it starts with schools, but it also has to do with the media, with the science policy interfaces that exist, the advisory structures, all these kinds of things. You can think of these as infrastructures for a democratic way of governing, in the sense that governing is done fact-based and objective and directed to the common good. Whether or not that's what the formal democracies of this world do these days, let's bracket that question for now, but that's what I mean here. Also, often it can help to collaborate with the local authorities, with figures of trust who are there anyway. It's not the lonely scientist and then out there society. Think about it more in terms of networks. And building on that, my third point is that trust is about relationships. And as our moderator also said at the beginning, it takes time to build and it's easy to destroy. But to really build trust, we need to build the personal relationships between different people in society. I think one of the most harmful factors for trust in science is if you have high socioeconomic inequality and science is perceived as that kind of elite thing that is only accessible for certain people in society. And if you take that seriously, the question we as a scientific community need to ask ourselves, well, how accessible are we actually as the scientific system for different communities? What are the career paths that we have and how accessible are they for people from different backgrounds? When I was a young and totally clueless PhD student, I always envied the kids of professors very much because they knew how to play this game. And I'm not even from a very disadvantaged background. So how does it feel for people who are really coming from very far away to enter the academic system? And what are we doing as a community to help them, support them, mentor them, make sure that they can also be part of the scientific community and then build trust with their communities? And what is known is that this is a matter of long-term two-way communication, not just telling, but also listening. And here I want to point out one thing that has been very politicized in the Netherlands, where I currently work, in the last couple of years, but I think it's an issue in many countries, namely language. To build trust with people, it's often very helpful if you can speak their language. And as an international scientific system, of course, we need a lingua franca, but I think we need to ask ourselves how we find the right balance between globalized English and the local languages that people speak, and that we also need to talk with them about their problems, to also learn from them what they know, what they can bring to the table in terms of indigenous knowledge, local knowledge, and so on. And we need to find the right way of also honoring what people do in non-English publications, in non-English ways of communicating to society. And that's my last point then, actually. If we want scholars and scientists to do this, we also need to reward it, because the time spent on such activities is time not spent on other things. And to do that, we need a multidimensional picture of what it means to be a good citizen of the academic system. Is it only about rankings and papers, or is it also about these other things? But I also think we shouldn't expect people to do everything. We need the possibility of specializing more in fundamental research, more in teaching, more in outreach, but also shift the focus of people's careers over the course of the years, such that they can really do the things that they have the skills for, the interest in. And I think there's a lot to be said for thinking about scientific careers not as a matter of always trying to move further up in some kind of imagined international system, but to do different kind of things over the course of your life that all make a contribution to science. In the Netherlands, there is now a project to make the evaluation of research more multidimensional, with more dimensions of evaluation taking into account in hiring, in promotions and so on. I think that's a very good development. But we now have discussions, well, should we then measure everything? Should we make better rankings for who's the best teacher? Who's the best person in outreach? And I'm very skeptical about that, because that would mean that you get competition and you get a kind of instrumental, competitive attitude in all these activities. And we've seen the harm it does to publishing. So is that really the model we should want for other dimensions of the activities of researchers? I tend to think that we should trust scientists more, that they want to do the right thing to build trust. If we try to micromanage and control them all the time, that's not going to work very well. And the stakeholders, they are often very sensitive when they feel that someone's doing something with them only to further their own career. They are very sensitive to more instrumental ways of approaching them. That's not going to lead to trust. If the system doesn't trust the researchers, it's much more difficult for the researchers to trust or to build trust with external groups. And finally, I think this is something that we all at least say when it comes to research, but we should also think about this when it comes to outreach and building trust and doing transdisciplinary projects and so on. It will not always work. There are lots of risk factors. And these longer-term projects, they are much riskier than lots of little pieces of research that you could do just in your lab or at your desk. So we should also allow ourselves the freedom to fail in these efforts, because only if we do that will we discover what are new and innovative ways of doing it. If it hasn't worked, it doesn't mean it was a bad idea. There might have been under other circumstances that undermined it. Maybe we just need to, fail again, fail better. And for that, we need to trust each other so that we can build trust with society. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Herzog, and thanks for your emphasis on building relationships, and also I heard some common themes about the tyranny of evaluation that I think we can come back to. Now we're going to hear from our third speaker, Professor Reyes. Elisa Reyes is a professor of political sociology at the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro in Brazil, and she's also the chair of the Interdisciplinary Research Network for the Study of Society Inequality, and also a member of the Brazilian Academy of Sciences and the World Academy of Sciences. So Professor Reyes, please, the floor is yours.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I'm happy to be here. I think I would like to start highlighting the dual role that scientists play. We are members of the global borderless scientific community, but we are also citizens of specific contexts. Contexts that shape our vision, affect the way we speak. Like here, for example, I think we agree on most of the things we are saying, all of us, but we use different words, different lenses, because we are shaped by economic, social, cultural, and political factors. Navigating this dual citizenship to secure trust in science requires, of course, a common set of principles, but it also depends on strong institutions and collective processes that can respond to contextual factors. Let me emphasize the universal principle that science must uphold to earn public trust. That is social relevance, responsible social relevance. To be socially relevant and to make knowledge production a public good, science must adhere to the value of justice. In other words, it must address collective needs and aspirations, not just the interests of specific groups or the pursuit of knowledge without social responsibility. This principle is at the core of science as a global community. However, when we consider institutional and procedural aspects, trust in science becomes directly influenced by local contexts. Institutions and processes are essential because individual scientists, despite their intentions, can do little to foster trust in science beyond educating new generations. Unfortunately, personal dedication is not enough. And I think of institutions as a set of principles and norms that are repetitive and valued, so they become common sense. And institutions are not just bureaucracies. They must be a political arena to enforce constructive polemics, to create room for renewal of leadership and social inclusion. This solid institute is really necessary. However, we know that in most of the global south, capacity building is often hampered by resource limitations and political instability, which forces scientists to restart their efforts repeatedly, hindering long-term institutionalization. To expand public trust in science globally, we need the concerted effort of the scientific community with strengthened research networks and active science diplomacy to support weaker national scientific systems. I like to reflect on the experience of COVID because I think it highlights both positive and negative effects it had on trust in science. To start with the positive sides, which are often neglected. I think where there was capacity, sustained capacity building, science could respond quickly with new vaccines, and that was a factor that in many contexts contributes, even if temporarily, to increase the trust in science. From my own experience in Brazil, we don't have that much persistent capacity building, but there was a long-term established tradition in vaccination campaigns because the medical community had been committed to that since the late 1940s or early 1950s. So in that context, despite the strong official political opposition to vaccines, there was relative success in vaccination because people were used to do it. They trusted the medical science. So I even published an article on politics against science that show how science could respond to the challenge. And I think in other contexts, I have checked the available surveys. During COVID, there was a relative increase of trust in science, not only in my own country. But there was also a very negative effect. We know that. I mean, this negative effect was not just the result of circumstantial things. It was built on long-term political and ideological trends to use distrust in science as a means to advance other sorts of purposes. So, in a way, I think that weighting these two sides, positive and negative impact of COVID, teaches us how to reflect about our great need to increase confidence in science. I think it's necessary a continuous effort to increase capacity, persistent policies to engage the public, and strong interdisciplinary collaboration. Of course, this approach is not meant to dissolve disciplinary boundaries, but to foster a deeper dialogue that addresses complex existential risks we face. I mean, thinking of these existential risks, we see that, of course, hard science are necessary, but to reach people, we need to use the knowledge already produced by social sciences, by psychology, by all the so-called soft science, because that's the way to reach the public. It's essential to recognize that obstacles to public trust in science are not equally distributed in the world. as I said, in what we now refer as global south, these resources are critically scarce, and social trust, not only in science, but also in other people, in other institutions, is very limited. I found it very interesting that in Scandinavian countries, they refer to social trust as the golden of Scandinavia. The gold, because that's what creates the cement for solidarity. But as members of this borderless scientific community, we share a commitment to the social value of science. By working towards justice together, we can strengthen our ability to build public trust. Institutions like the World Science Forum is a great opportunity for us to interact as people from both the particular countries we belong to and to the community of science. Of course, when we think of what to do, it's easier to socialize people who are not socialized yet. That's why education is so important. But socialization through education takes a long time. Of course, we cannot neglect it. We must think of inspiring curiosity in children, but how to do with the grown-ups, with people who are already deeply socialized, people who are not prone to change their ideas. I think that this distrust in politics, as I said, often comes from an idea that science and ideology, or science and religion, or science and political ideology are the same. That's something we must really fight against. We have to show what is specific to scientific knowledge, that we are not competing with other forms of knowledge for absolute truth. What we must convey is the idea that our source of credibility is evidence, is the ability to recognize that what we know today is meant to be superseded by further knowledge tomorrow. I always like to recall Max Weber when he referred to the eternal usefulness of science. Yes, science has, the only thing true about science, it is the fact that it's meant to be superseded by new discoveries. Discoveries that are not absolute, as I said, but there are something that has social relevance. This idea of showing responsible social relevance, I think it's the crux to reach people and to foster a strong solidarity around science and around the values of social justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Reyes, and thank you for reminding us of the social sciences at this table and the value of the expertise in those fields in building trust. Now we're going to turn to our last speaker, Professor Lepton. Maria Lepton is the president of the European Research Council, a position that she's held since 2021. Oops, I have to turn my page. Prior to her current position, she served as director of EMBO and established a research group in Heidelberg at the European Molecular Biology Laboratory that was focused on the mechanics of shape determination during development. Dr. Lepton, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So many important things have been said, some of which are also on my talk, so I've tried to, while listening, shorten it a bit. Thank you for inviting me here today. As we heard, there's data on public trust in science. Surveys consistently show how high trust in scientists across many countries, even following the pandemic. The Edelman Trust Survey has been carried out every year, and trust in scientists is as Sudip said, typically higher than for other groups in society, especially politicians and journalists. And the 2024 report found that scientists are still trusted. So I think that's a good starting point. But we've also heard trust can be lost quickly as we know. It's often built on emotional reactions rather than deep understanding, and media coverage often shapes public trust in science. So scientists therefore need to be aware of how our work is being portrayed in the media. Some argue that scientists, by their expertise, occupy a privileged position in advising society. I think, and we've seen, that this approach can backfire. While expertise is of course vital, framing scientists as unassailable authorities risks alienating the public. That's why I think it's important to distinguish between the scientific method and the body of knowledge acquired by that method. So science is obviously not a fixed body of facts, and you've just related to that, but a process of inquiry, skepticism and testing. Uncertainty in science is not a weakness, but a strength. It enables growth, adaptation, and self-correction. Science, in fact, thrives on scrutiny and debate. Fostering public understanding and open disclosure is therefore likely to be a better response to skepticism than asserting expertise alone. Public trust does not solely erode because of false information, but also due to the failure to explain scientific methods and findings effectively. And we've heard about the need to train that understanding early. And efforts to suppress misinformation may backfire if perceived as elitist gatekeeping. I'll leave it about the pandemic. I believe that trust is earned when scientists show their work and explain their reasoning openly. Public trust is likely to be damaged when scientific claims are perceived as shifting or overly speculative. We must be clear about what we do and what we do not know. So, classic example, when Einstein proposed, which I think is very valid to understand and to use in explaining this, when Einstein proposed his general theory of relativity in 1915, he himself insisted that his equations must be verified by empirical observation. And he himself devised 3 specific tests about how the way light had to behave. And there were expeditions that went out and used solar eclipses to measure the bending of light, which ended up confirming 2 of his postulates. But the 3rd one wasn't proven. And he, once again, he said, they proved 2, that's great. 3rd one's probably right. No, he himself wanted that final test and said, my theory isn't proven until we have that test, in this case, the redshift 2. And that was not proved until several years later at the Mount Wilson Observatory in 1923. So it was only then that he was satisfied about the likely veracity of the theory of relativity. That behavior at the time made a lasting impression, in particular on the young philosopher Karl Popper and his friends at Vienna, who said, it was a great experience for us and one which had a lasting influence on my intellectual development, and we must hope on our training in science philosophy. What impressed me most, he wrote later, was Einstein's own clear statement that he would regard his theory as untenable if it should fail in certain tests. Here was an attitude utterly different from the dogmatism of Marx, Freud, Adler, and even more so of their followers. Einstein was looking for crucial experiments whose agreement with his predictions would by no means establish his theory, while a disagreement, as he was first to stress, would show his theory to be untenable. This I felt, was the true scientific method. And that is, of course, what philosophers of science still learn and maintain today. So I think this example shows that we should focus on process, not on appealing to authority. Science should not be a set of unquestioned facts, but a demonstrated method for understanding the world. Science is humanity's most reliable tool for understanding the universe and for addressing complex challenges, from pandemics to climate change. Trust in science grows when it is presented as a method that embraces uncertainty, again, as we've heard, and adapts with new evidence, and not as a set of inflexible rules. Scientists and institutions should aim to educate and engage rather than simply assert their authority, ensuring that trust is grounded in shared understanding. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lupton, and thank you for reminding us of the incredible strength of uncertainty. And I think it's a topic that I want to dive a little deeper into. So now we're going to switch to a conversation, and then hopefully some questions from everyone. I want to thank Tamara for your really compelling keynote speech. You raised several great points, which I want to come back to. I want to start, though, by building on this, this question of the strength of uncertainty. The scientific progress is not always straightforward. We know it's not. It is not a source of unassailable truth. It is a work in progress. And there are times when scientific consensus changes, new information arises, evidence becomes available, as Maria just described. This process is seen by many for the first time in quick motion during COVID. Most of the time, when people learn science, they learn it from a textbook and they read it as facts. But they saw the process unvarnished during COVID, and that led to doubt and, in some cases, distrust. I'm curious, in your own experience, how do you communicate the scientific process more clearly? You talked about the idea that we need to teach this better. How do we communicate that process more clearly to rebuild and strengthen trust in science?
So it's working. Thank you for the question. Yes, as you said, we all know as scientists that science is not linear. It's not a linear process. And we saw it in the past in different cases. If you take, for example, the work of Kahn and Sham, when they calculated the structure of electron, they did it on the basis of previous hypotheses, and it worked. But if you take the case of Watson and Crick, when they elaborated the new structure of DNA, they made the previous model completely obsolete. So you have both cases. So when we communicate science, we have to keep in mind also that it might take us in different directions. And this was the main problem during COVID. So when we communicate science, we have, as you said also in your introduction, we have to do it with humility, that also as scientists we learn. And the biggest problem during COVID, I think, was the arrogance with which scientists were communicating science. First of all, they are not all experts. So we saw that if you have a PhD, you're not expert in all fields. And especially when you have complex challenges like COVID, like climate change or whatever, you need really a cross-disciplinary expertise to be expert. So I think besides of the scientific illiteracy of citizens, the problem of media, I witnessed in Lebanon, we had 3 or 4 or 5 cases in which we saw really the problem of communicating science. First one during COVID. Few months before, it was the financial crisis, 2019. Then we had the Beirut port explosion in 2020. And now we have another war also affecting the environment, the economy, the population. So in each of these cases, we had different scientists communicating with people. So one of the problems we were witnessing is that these scientists, when they are on different TVs, they were transforming their speech according to the ideology of the media. So this is also very important that scientists often they should put their ideology besides when communicating facts. And the problem with these false, I call them false experts, that they were paternalistic, very paternalistic. And this is also another problem that when we are talking about science, which is an ongoing process, it should be more participatory. I mean, when you have new challenges like the COVID, for example, we should talk to people like, okay, we are working together to deal with this problem. Not, the case of COVID also was a political problem because of all the measures taken by the political authorities worldwide. So that's why also we had this kind of reaction. But as it was said also, we had a rise in trust in science in some cases, but mistrust in scientists. This is the difference because of the bad communications coming from scientists. For sure, we say always that scientists should communicate, but for that also we need tools. Not everybody is ready to communicate. You need to popularize science, and you need, as I said, to do it with the humility. And we need to put also in our minds that facing us, we don't have experts, we have citizens that should know and that they need to know so that the solutions we are offering should be acceptable by them.
Thank you, Tamara. It strikes me when you talk about this idea that we're facing a citizenry across the table that we have to respect. They're smart and they're in a different field, in a different area. I really appreciate that. Takaki, you're more of a basic scientist. And is there an opportunity in being able to show that basic science changes over time? We're going to learn so much from gravitational waves and other things. Is there an opportunity to create a baseline of understanding that science evolves?
Yeah, well, thank you. Actually, as a physicist, I agree with you. And this, well, first of all, scientific knowledge is not perfect. Even if we have a good model that describes various phenomena quite well, a new experimental result may tell us that we have to understand better beyond that model. Then I think we have to be careful on one thing. Well, maybe this is a particular problem in Japan, in Japanese media, but maybe let me tell. One thing we have to be careful is sometimes mass media reports that the previous model or theory was wrong when a big discovery was made. But in my opinion, at least in physics, in most cases, previous model or theory was not wrong, but was simply incomplete. The mass media may simply wanted to report to the society that there was a big discovery. But, well, I think we have to be honest. We should tell them the real value of the new results. So, well, I think we have to be honest, and that is very important for the trust in science.
Thank you, Takaki. Yeah, the honesty about a discovery is hard. We all face the need to want to show off. You know, scientists to a degree draws narcissism because we want to discover the world. Isn't that an interesting thing? Thank you. I'm going to turn to Professor Herzog on your reflections on this. You talked quite a bit about the need for experts and expertise in communication. We're not all good at it. Please.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be said for not every scientist at every moment in their research process going out, because as you also just mentioned, you can also do a lot of harm if you communicate things too early, if you're overly confident. This famous slogan during the Brexit campaign, people have had enough of expert. Anyone knows who this was actually directed to? This was against economists, because economists had predicted with 2 letters after the comma how exactly Brexit would affect the average household. And that was in a way overconfident. And the financial crisis a couple of years earlier had shown to people, look, you cannot predict a complex system such as the economy by these methods, and economists have often been too confident. But I think what we do need are people who are really good at it, who get some training, who understand the mechanisms, And I want to throw in one more distinction that hasn't been put on the table, which is urban and rural. In political science, urban and rural, for many countries, has become a big new category of different lifestyles, and science is often perceived as an urban phenomenon. The urban elites, I mean, universities tend to be in big cities and so on. And when I talked to a colleague from the US a couple of weeks ago, she mentioned a very nice example of how you can also build trust in other communities. And I think it was Wisconsin. There, the public university has local branches where farmers can put down samples from their soil and they can have them tested and discuss directly with the scientists. So the farmers bring their knowledge, the scientists bring their methods, and that's really long-term relations. And I think we need to be more creative to think about those kinds of networks and relationships and ongoing communication processes to really build respect and trust between different forms of expertise.
Thank you for that, Lisa. And yes, in the US, the Agricultural Extension Service, those scientists are some of the most trusted scientists in America because they live in those communities and they are a value add to the community. So I appreciate that. Your note about experts, it reminds me of a cartoon I saw recently of an airplane where the people in the airplane were saying, "We've had enough of these expert pilots." There's a tension there between the expertise and the credibility, and how do you build it without being gatekeepers? So thank you for that. Let me turn now to Elisa. You've spent time thinking about this. You talked about it in the Brazil context. I'd love to hear more.
I would like first to comment that this idea that we are scientists are elitists, but we compete badly with other elites. I mean, people trust politicians, the religious ministers, or even doctors. I mean, in my own experience, people who refuse vaccines would tell me, well, I follow science. My doctor told me I should not. So the idea of being a doctor is to be a scientist. I think the more unequal societies are, the more science tends to fare badly compared to other sources of authority. And the way to overcome this, to my perception, is that we have to show, as I try to convey, that what science does is different from any other sort of activity that inserts beliefs in people. We are not going for ultimate goals, ultimate values. I think that's where we failed. We have to find, simple ways to tell people what it is that makes science valuable. If we manage to overcome this gap, then we can make people allies. People say, if you are relevant, show me why my common life would benefit from science. And then we have to find ways to tell them that our value is precisely because we don't have absolute ends. That's because we're always pursuing to do better. That's my message.
Thank you, Elisa. Maria, so much of this comes to you. You are. I've gotten to know you, and you are a humble person. You are a great communicator. You lead an institution that, by definition, is one of the gatekeepers, the elite, that we talk about in those terms. How does an organization like the ERC, how is it able to do these things of communicating in a humble way and earning trust by showing that science changes over time? These are all things that are so hard for the ERC.
Well, I think we actually don't do it that way. And I want to return to what Lisa said, the engagement of the farmers. So I wish we could do more of this. Actually, we will in the future. We have a public engagement with Science Award, where we award grantees who have usually worked with the public. And so I'll give you one example of population geneticist in Spain who wanted to study the evolution of Drosophila flies to changes in drought throughout Spain. Now, if you want to do that, you have to collect flies over large areas over time. And even the ERC won't pay you enough graduate students to do that. So what the PI of this project did is she went out and trained children in schools to capture Drosophila, to recognize them and to distinguish males and females, which is fairly easy, and kids have better eyes than we do. So, and then, you know, collect them and get numbers, learn the values of statistics. And you know, that's brilliant. Guy in Holland who wanted to, who distributed apps to people's phones who wanted to participate, who would hold them up to the sky and would measure UV coming through. So that was an amazingly high resolution scoring of air quality throughout the Netherlands every day, much more than they could with the sensors that they'd installed. That teaches people. They learn from that what statistics and uncertainty is. Because if we tell people smoking kills you, they say, well, my grandmother's been smoking forever. She's 101 years, so you're wrong. They also know that their uncle did die of lung cancer. Yes. But, you know, but the frequency, the numbers, and the telling doesn't work. It's the participation that works. And I think, and it's the statistics that they have to learn, the likelihood as opposed to certainty, and which they do in these ways.
Thank you. Such a hard thing even for scientists to get probabilities, isn't it, and risk?
Yeah, and it's not everyone who can do that. So, you know, to say, I mean, the Wellcome Trust makes people, you know, you have to fill in how you deal with public engagement. But, you know, if you're kind of awkward and prefer to do equations on your blackboard or stare down your microscope and not even talk to your next door neighbor, then you're not good for that. But you're a brilliant scientist, yes, maybe. But so you can't expect everybody to do that. But those who are good at it, who have ideas, or where there are good structural ways of engaging with scientists, I think those are the opportunities.
Thank you. Yes, it takes all of us, doesn't it? It takes all of our different attributes. We can't all be great communicators. So I'm going to take the privilege of asking one more question and then having a discussion. A very quick answer, if you will. We've all talked about building relationships. I'm just curious, are there efforts that you know are underway, and again, brief answers please, of building relationships in your own regions and countries to build those relationships of strength and trust, either with faith leaders or leaders in the community or reporters? How does that work in your own regions? Tamara, let me turn to you again.
I think, as it was said, I think it's relevant to the scientific institutions to do some efforts. I will just tell you two anecdotes before explaining. The first one is about Peter Higgs. I was reading a paper in an interview. He was saying that he thinks he will not be hired by any university today because considered not enough productive. At the same day or second day, I was reading about a Spanish researcher, Rafael Luc, who used to publish one paper every 37 hours. He was one of the most cited researchers. So when his university sanctioned him because some of unethical practices, he said, it's okay, but my university will lose 300 places in the international rankings. So just giving these two examples to show to which extent also what is happening inside scientific institutions is leading to this mistrust in science. So as I said in my keynote, we need to have this shift also in our internal mechanisms of evaluation. At the level of my institution, I was appointed in July 2022. So the first amendment I did was to change the evaluation mechanism inside my institution. So public awareness, media campaigns, writing even in newspapers, it is now part of the evaluation process of our scientists. Besides, we also did many events to make science closer to society, but also to tell you that even inside the scientific community, between the different disciplines, there's a big problem. this compartmentalization of disciplines, even between social sciences and physical sciences, or inside physical sciences with medical sciences, all of them, each one is in its compartment. So first we need to open inside the scientific community, then also open to society, and for sure open with policymakers.
We have to trust ourselves before we can build trust with others.
Exactly.
Okay. Lisa, please.
Yeah, just tell you about one brief example, and I'm just one of many people involved in this. So the Groningen is a university in the north of the Netherlands, and there's a network that's now growing about bringing together local businesses, local NGOs, local authorities, and researchers from the University of Applied Sciences and the research-based university on the topic of circular economy, because that's really an issue in the region. How can you make agriculture, local transport, building, and so on, how can you make all of this more sustainable? And this has so many dimensions. This is material science, this is social science, this is even research about how you build trust in new economic models. So the meta science you have on this. And so there's a couple of people really trying to bring these people together to learn from each other and to really go along with the social changes and understand what science can contribute and what can maybe then also be, learned from that process for science in general, but really in a very engaged way.
Thank you, Lisa. Elisa, are there things happening in Brazil?
I think I'm going to talk not about just Brazil,
Okay.
but a global initiative I am part
please.
of. I'm part of the International Panel on Social Progress. Originally, we started just with academics, and we published 3 volumes with Cambridge University Press on the progress and the setbacks of progress in the last 50 years. Now, on the second stage, we are changing the optics. We are working with NGOs, funding agencies, startups, to find out how the interaction between our different expertise can actually propose something constructive. It's risky because science is not activism, but we are finding ways to have solid evidence to become useful for the other actors. If we succeed, I think it's going to be a big advance.
Terrific, thank you. Maria, you mentioned the engagement activities of ERC. Are there sort of systemic things that are happening as well in terms of building relationships with outside groups?
That's not really the remit of the ERC. I do also think it helps to talk to journalists and allow them to get a better understanding of how science works. And the ERC has won award for that too, for bringing journalists closer to science. In fact, the winner of that award is right here, Fabio Torrone. And I myself use income from that I think is too much, where I'm paying too much for consultancy, to award such a prize to journalists who want to learn more, who want to get closer to science. So apply for those prizes, journalists, if you're here and feel you need more. So that's the other only thing we're doing.
That's wonderful. It gets to scale. Takaki, how about in Japan?
Well, actually, I'm afraid. I'm afraid I don't know any particular thing. Well, so, sorry.
That's all right, Takagi, it's okay. All right, I want to give, there's a few minutes remaining. I'd love to, if there are questions in the audience, and I don't have my glasses on, so I can't see. No, I don't, is there a microphone? Oh, good, there's a microphone. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this panel, talking about trust in science. My name is Rana Dajani. I'm a professor of molecular biology. I'm Palestinian, but I work in Jordan. My question to the panel is setting the stage for these 2 days. It's a practical issue. What is the role of scientists, academics, networks, and councils for holding Israel responsible for the atrocities that it's committing in Gaza, especially that they are proclaiming it, the leaders are proclaiming it deliberately what they're planning, which is a genocide. in building trust back, because the scientists and the research in Israel is being used to target Palestinians, as in the book by Anthony Lewestein, The Palestine Laboratory, and the targeting of academics. Over 110 have been killed. So similar to how Russia was held accountable for what happened from the scientific community, and South Africa, apartheid in the past, how can we build trust back in the global world that every life counts and that every life is equal and that everybody counts? Thank you.
Thank you. I will turn to the panel to see if there's someone who'd like to respond. It's a tough one for scientists. These are issues that are even bigger than the scientific enterprise. That said, I think the values that you noted of lives mattering, of lives being important, are incredibly important. The trust in the science for this panel, I think it's a challenge for us to speak to that at the level that you're talking. Next question, please.
I want to make a comment rather than a question. In fact, my own experience. During the COVID-19 pandemic, I used to write popular articles for the newspapers. And there was a time, as you know, during the Delta wave, then that we had no answer, that we were on a dead end. I used to walk around my house and talk to the common man on the street. What do you think is going to be the answer for this pandemic? Most people will remain quiet, and as understandably, but some people came out and said, answer will come from science. I think that was fantastic. And that made us keep the theme of the G20. I was coordinating the Science 20 component at that time as Science for Society. And I think I want to end by saying that for building trust in science, I support the comment made by Dr. Gajita that the scientists have to be honest in communicating to the common man. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. My name is Fabio Turone. I'm the science journalist who was just mentioned by Professor Leptin. I just wanted to add a couple of precisions, a couple of points, because I heard several speakers, the keynote speakers, mention the role of journalists. And I think that one important thing from the perspective of the community of science journalists worldwide, in the call that was launched by the ERC Science Journalism Initiative, is the accent on the independence of science journalists. Because we need to be put in the condition to represent the skepticism of society and to explore all aspects of scientific endeavor, including the gray areas that was so well mentioned. And so and I just provide the name of the initiative. The project is called Frontiers. So anyone willing to look into it, we will be happy to work together for developing this idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Perhaps one last question.
Thank you to all speakers. My name is Aram Simonian, a Global Yak Academy member from the American University of Armenia. As we know, trust has several dimensions, including trust in institutions, and oftentimes the trust in science can be built by scientists, but damaged by other people like policymakers. So looking at the devastating photos from Lebanon, I have a question about how to involve policymakers as key and globally responsible stakeholders in building trust in science. Also, building cities, cultures, and human lives can take a long time, but ruining them, unfortunately, can be also quickly. So from this perspective, artificial intelligence and advancement in science is swift. I wonder how science can transform the education system to utilize its advancement for constructive rather than destructive purposes. Thank you.
Thank you. In the interest of time, perhaps one of us could address? Lisa?
No, I've also, in response to the previous question about political responsibility, I think it's a very fine line here between what responsibilities we all have as citizens and holding policymakers to account. I don't think it's specific to scientists, except in the area where policymakers really violate scientific values, there we really need to speak up as scientists. I think for many other things we need to speak up as human beings and as citizens of countries, and also address our own governments for whatever they are complicit in. And I think there has been a lot of damage done by the idea that science would be value-free. It's not value-free. It's based on a number of values that have to do with how you create knowledge, what you don't do as a scientist. You're not nepotistic, you don't forge the data, and so on. So science is a value-driven endeavor, but it's also not the same as the political values that we might hold as private citizens. And I think managing this balance is something that we need to have more conversations about, because we are all outraged at certain political events that are happening. But still, as scientists, if we want to speak with the authority of science, we refer to certain values that are specific, and we want to keep these values, which are, in my opinion, universal in scope, maybe somewhat separate from more specific political values. And I think we need to have more conversations on how these two roles are related, but we should not overburden science with something that only societies as a whole and responsible citizens who are acting together across all professional groups can do. But it's a bigger topic, so.
Thank you, Lisa.
Yes, I have just a small comment, just to say that maybe the question is not to scientists, but it's more to these double standards in the scientific institutions and the global system. It's about double standards. It's the question by Dr. Dajani and then by our colleague from Armenia. I think when all of us, we condemn now unethical practices in publishing, in mill papers, in predatory journals, and so on. But when science is used to destroy in this way, nobody talks. I mean, I mentioned the destructive force now used in Lebanon. Just to talk, I'm not expert in AI, but from what I've been reading in newspapers, what is done in Gaza and in Lebanon with these triangulations using data of people, just if someone is suspicious, is in the circle of suspicion, the drone automatically will target him to kill him. So this is a big issue of science. We cannot say that as scientists we have nothing to do with it. No, it's an issue of science, because as I said also, trust in science is important, but faith in science as a force to build peace, to build the good for humanity is more important than trust in it as scientific process. So no, we have to say, we have to talk. I mean, and as a Lebanese, that's why I preferred if my colleagues, European colleagues, might answer, because as Lebanese, I'm living in it. So I know what I'm talking about. I show you some pictures. So I could take the plane, but I'm not sure I will be able to land again. So no, as a scientist, and I've been in EU a few months ago to talk about the principles of international cooperation and so on. Many of the speeches were talking about boycotting Russian scientists. Why in this case it's okay, it's not okay in the other case? Like in Olympics. So when we are in scientific institutions, at least to have one standard, not double standards. That's all what we ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Tamara. Thank you. Thank you. We are at the end of our time, and it's gone big red on me. But I do want to ask. I'm going to give you one thing, just one or two words, please. We've seen a discussion that has notes of optimism and notes of pessimism. We are living in challenging, uncertain times. I just want you to. I'd love to get just a sense from you in the conversations that we're having, the conversations you're having about trust in science, about the issues, Tamara, that you just raised. Are you feeling optimistic in terms of the trend line, or pessimistic in terms of the trend line, and how much work that's going to be for the world science community? So, Maria, I'll start with you. Please, very short.
I'm always an optimist, I have to be, but it's particularly hard at the moment.
Thank you. Elisa, please.
I follow here. I mean, as a scientist, especially a social science, I have no right to be pessimistic. So I think we have to bet on the possibilities and not on the non-possibilities. I think we still have the opportunity to make a difference, and we have to strive for it.
Okay, thank you. Tamara.
also I'm very optimistic. Despite what's happening, you see I'm smiling, so I'm very optimistic. But I think, first of all, the responsibility is on the shoulders of scientists and scientific institutions, that changes should come from inside.
Thank you, Tamara. Lisa.
Thank you. I think lots of the challenges are not coming from only within the academic system. And so I think we need to pick up our responsibility as citizens to hold certain forces to account. And that will then also help to be more optimistic about trust in science.
Thank you. Takaki, I'm going to give you the last word.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, certainly, in order to gain the trust in science, I think we have to work hard. But I want to be in the optimistic side.
Thank you all. Thank you all for the audience for wonderful questions. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. And as any good forum, the sessions take longer, and the conversations after the sessions are very interesting. So we are a little bit running late on this session, but I wanted also to give the possibility for everyone to trickle in, because we are continuing in the topic that started this morning and that kick off our plenary, that's trust in science. And in this panel, what we want to explore is how can we promote effective science policy, society nexus and interface, and the values in science in order to strengthen trust in science. Distinguished participants, colleagues, friends, so welcome to this high-level roundtable where we wish, as I mentioned, to explore with you and the panel the critical nexus where science meets policy to address the needs of society. From the technological devices we use to communicate to the medical breakthroughs that extend our lifespans, science not only underpins our daily life, it is key to responding to many of today's challenges. From pandemics to climate change, natural and social science, all the key to peaceful and sustainable solutions that leave no one behind. As science becomes integral to public policies, foreign policies, and multilateral relations, science-based solutions and decisions need to become the norm and not the exception. Trust in science is critical for unlocking the potential of science to respond to societal needs. When trust is eroded, we open the door to conspiracy theories, misinformation, and disinformation, and we have seen plenty of that during the COVID pandemic. Our policies cease to be anchored in scientific evidence, and our societies are reluctant to comply with scientific advice. Ultimately, this leads to greater vulnerability to the challenges we face, and of course, it also makes inequalities growing. And violence is therefore only a step away. To strengthen trust in science, whether the natural, social, or human sciences, we need to build the culture of science through clear principles and appropriate legislation. And that is at the heart of UNESCO mandate in science. We have to this end, develop two powerful normative instruments adopted by all our member states. UNESCO 2017 recommendation on science and scientific researchers and the 2021 recommendation on open science. While the 2017 recommendation ensures a safe and inclusive scientific ecosystem and the protection and freedom of scientists, the 2021 recommendation on open science ensures that scientific research is accessible to as many people as possible. And in effect, we just discussed in the last panel, open science and open science principles ensures co-design, co-production of knowledge, co-implementation of that knowledge for development. It ensures inclusion, fairness, transparency, and impact. So transparency around the ethical issues that science gives rise to is another essential element of trust in science, as highlighted in our recommendation also of ethics of artificial intelligence. But to accelerate progress and extend our actions, we, of course, again, as the last panel mentioned, we need to collaborate together. We need to engage all stakeholders in order to build this partnership and this coalition towards a stronger trust in science and also a science that responds better to societal needs. And that's why we are here today, to explore precisely the diversity of stakeholders that we have in the panel, to listen to them, to see what is their experience, and how can we together advance this important agenda of strengthening trust in science for sustainable development. So I'm very happy to have this wonderful panel, high-level panel with us today. And I will very quickly introduce them, and then I will give them some initial space for the first reflection, and then we explore some other discussions. So the first one, and I'm starting from the far right, Mr. Tiago Braga, Director of the Brazilian Institute of Information on Science and Technology. Bem-vindo. I also want to introduce Mr. Laszlo Bodis, Deputy State Secretary for Innovation of the Ministry of Culture and Innovation of Hungary. Thank you very much for being here. It was a pleasure to exchange some ideas yesterday when we visit His Excellency the Minister, and so thanks for being here. I know how busy you are. I want also to recognize and introduce Dr. Ruth Morgan, Professor at UCL Arista Institute of the University College of London, and of course Professor Ana Maria Scheto from the Institute of Physics of Universidad Nacional Autónoma de Mexico. Bienvenida. So it's really a great and very diversified panel that I think will help us to understand how can we move from different stakeholders' point of view. And so my first question to the four of you for your introductory remarks, it's based on what you do, what you have experiences in terms of issues that are related to luck, of trust in science. So what are those issues? Are they changing over time? And today, what are the major ones that are really jeopardizing the trust in science of our society? So I will start with Tiago, go this way, and then I move around. Tiago.
First, I would like to thank the colleagues from the Hungarian Academy of Science for inviting me to join this important panel. The topic addressed here is important because what we have been seeing during the last years is some tentative of distrusting science institutions, science community, and the science process. So I would like to congratulate you for shedding light to this topic. My name is Tiago Braga, and currently I am Director of the Brazilian Institute of Formation in Science and Technology, known as IBICT. And we have been promoting science infrastructures for the past 71 years. The mission of IBICT is to provide information infrastructures in science and technology to promote Brazilian development. Therefore, we must work together with specialists from different fields. As information is our main business, the information disorder we are facing right now is the antithesis of what we represent. It is also the antithesis of science itself, as science relies on the trust built through a rigorous process over time. When I talk about information disorder, I'm bringing together concepts like misinformation, disinformation, fake science, and others. But I'm also meaning the inability of part of our society to understand scientific concepts or to misunderstand them. And there is also the problem of people that consider science a question of ideology or political preference and base their trust on what have been discussed in their small world. The concept of small world is when someone does not believe in information presented by people outside from their group. In the past, our small world was based on the place we live, or study, or work. Nowadays, however, we used to consider our small world the group of people we met online in social networks like X, YouTube, TikTok, or Instagram. We also consider part of our small world the giant groups we join in instant message apps like WhatsApp, Telegram, Signal, and so on. This expanded small world could be a place where we share good and quality information. But what we have been seeing in our experience is that it's being used to spread fake science and disinformation. And as people tend to consider information presented by members of the small world more relevant than information from outsiders, this digital expanded small world becomes a decisive space for not recognizing science as an important element in societal development. So this disorder is causing a lot of issues. I would like to present a personal experience I had during the COVID situation in 2020 in Brazil. During the first months of the pandemic, a gastroenterologist contacted our institution to present an yearly preventive treatment for coronavirus. It was in May that year, and at that point, we had a lot of unanswered questions related to the disease. So we received him at our institution. He presented a chlorine dioxide protocol, and in an assertive way guaranteed that it prevents the infection related with coronavirus. Then he asked our help to present it to the height level. At that point, we asked him to present the scientific evidence, and he proposed to send them by mail. A week later, he sent the email with an attached file containing scientific papers related to what he had presented before. We analyzed the files, and all the evidence was based on papers published 10 to 20 years ago, and have no relation with the crisis we were facing in 2020. So we informed him that we could not support his claim and dismissed him. 1 year later, in 2021, surprisingly, a project proposal focused on chlorine dioxide was presented by one federal deputy. This bill aimed to obligate hospitals to provide treatment based on the same exact chlorine dioxide protocol. And in 2022, our federal agency had to make significant efforts to inspect this chemical commercialization, and it was forbidden since 2018 when it was linked to other disinformation. Fortunately, the bill did not pass, but this personal example highlights how a false statement based on fake science can be dangerous and, in a favorable environment, spread and have catastrophic consequences. What I would like to emphasize is that to avoid such situations, we must focus on creating a scientific environment that promotes societal engagement. If we cannot involve ordinary people in what the science can offer to society, we will spend time and effort on doing bad science. And it seems that a reactive approach is not the best strategy in this case. We believe that the scientific community already has the tools, but we need to use them properly. At EBICT, we are promoting two very important concepts that you are already familiar with: open science and citizen science. However, fostering trust in science is not just about understanding these concepts. We must apply them in ways that make a real difference. We have been promoting open science for the past 20 years, although at the time we referred to it as open access, with a primary focus on expanding access to publications. Over time, we realized it was important to open other aspects of scientific infrastructure beyond just research results. We referred to that as open science. The concept of open science is wonderful, but its promotion is not easy. Science is a very profitable business, and make it open requires navigating a very established scientific ecosystem. While some traditional publishers are moving toward open science, the APC, article process charging, is sometimes more expensive than the previous cost of accessing. So it does not solve the access issue in the world's peripheral countries. In fact, this charge can amplify the already existing inequalities between researchers from different countries and institutions. Open science is not just about making the science more accessible. It relies on making it more inclusive, incorporating and giving floor to researchers from diverse groups and regions. It is also difficult to convince some scientists of the importance of open science, as making their research open often involves more work and, at times, less recognition. Finally, it's essential to convince policymakers about the importance of open science, because without financial support and funding, we will lack the infrastructure needed to sustain it. Regarding citizen science, it is a way for us to engage society in what we do. However, for citizen science projects to be meaningful, it's essential to have funding time. If a scientist wants to involve citizens in their research, it's necessary to have time. And time is something that our scientific community often lacks. Sorry, how many minutes do I have? 7. Okay. These two tools, open science and citizen science, are the means we believe can improve trust in science. So we would now like to present a few projects we have been working on based on these tools. The BR-CRIS is a current research information system. It's used to share information related to funding. Okay. Okay, sorry. So I will finish here. Thank you.
Sorry. You will come back with the questions, then you can explore the projects, because I think it's important that we also get some practical examples. And thank you very much also for raising, in one end, a very concrete example during COVID of fake science that was going around not only in Brazil, but also the importance of citizen science as part of building trust. And we just mentioned that also in the previous panel. But I'm going now to a stakeholder also from the government side, but the Deputy State Secretary for Innovation. So what's your take on this first question?
Dear Excellencies, dear distinguished guests, I will be no longer than 7 minutes, I promise. It's an honor to be here at the World Science Forum, representing the Hungarian Ministry responsible for research and science. Allow me to guide you through this topic in 7 minutes, no more, via 3 key questions in my introductory remarks, as I personally see it. Borrowed from Simon Sinek, I guess most of you know him, he's a well-known management guru. The 3 questions will be why, how, and what. It is of crucial importance that our most important stakeholders, basically people, to understand why, how, and what science and scientists, together with policymakers, and how all this is connected to their everyday life, because that will lead us to increasing trust in science. So let's start with the why, which is, I think, the most important questions of all 3. One of the most important reasons people might feel disconnected from science is when they don't see it addressing their everyday concerns. When scientific funding and research priorities align with the needs and values of a society, people are more often likely to feel a sense of trust and respect for scientific institutions. Science can gain trust by actively engaging in these pressing societal issues and ensuring that solutions are equitable, ethical, and inclusive. We should ask, how do we ensure that our scientific endeavors respond to real-world challenges that matter to the public? For example, let's take climate action. For people in vulnerable communities, this isn't a theoretical concern, but a matter of survival. But we can also mention a lot of other things, the great challenges of our time, such as healthy aging, climate neutral energy production, or sustainable food management systems. Science can inform policies, making them evidence-based, while policymakers can ensure that scientific insights are used responsibly and ethically. This collaboration should be two-way, obviously. Policymakers need to be scientifically informed, and scientists should understand policy processes and also constraints. The task of the policymakers is to clearly and comprehensively define and explain the challenges. We can call them missions as well, in the solution of which the scientific community is expected to contribute. The task of the scientific community is to respond to these challenges. We must realize that together, curiosity-based research and mission-driven research are not competitors, as it is often the case in the public discourse today, but curiosity-driven research should lead to the solution of our great challenges. This is, of course, closely related to the matter of scientific communication. Science needs to reach beyond the academic world. Clear, relatable communication bridges the gap between scientific insight and societal understanding. Obviously, this isn't easy. We have to make a huge improvement in that. So, in summary, I see that the most important task in the fact that we, policymakers and scientists, can jointly explain to our communities and societies that the ultimate goal of scientific research is to create new knowledge through which people's everyday lives can be made simpler and better. If we have a common understanding of the why, then we can move on to the next question, which is how. In other words, in order to strengthen trust in science, researchers and policymakers must pay attention to how they do their work so that people understand not only the goals, but also how these goals will be reached. Just allow me to highlight three most important pillars here. The first is transparency in the scientific progress. People have to see how science works, its rigor, its methods, its corrections, and also its limitations. Then they're more likely to trust its results. An essential aspect of this transparency is to being honest about uncertainty. Often people are frustrated when scientific conclusions seem to change. But this is precisely how science works. It's a journey of ongoing discovery where new data and technologies allow us to refine our understanding. The second pillar, as was also already mentioned, is combating misinformation. And the third pillar is engaging the public directly, which is another crucial element of building a trustworthy science-society relationship. If we succeed in achieving that society understands why and how scientists and policymakers work together, we can reach a state where trust and science will be significantly strengthened. And if this is the case, then the question what exactly scientists do, even if it sounds strange, becomes a secondary issue at the level of our societies, since people understand and know the scientists do their daily work reliably and in their interest. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and thank you for again mentioning some pillars such as disinformation and how to combat that, and then science communication and how we communicate that, but also the involvement of both communities, stakeholders, the policymakers, but also society at large. So, and also the relevance of science as part of building trust. But I will go now to Professor Ruth Morgan. What's your take on these issues, and what is your experience, and how is it changing over time? Yes, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for the invitation to join you. It's a real honor. So I bring the university perspective as a researcher who's been in a university for a number of decades now, not just one. And I wanted to share with you a little bit of my journey because I think it exemplifies in a specific example a lot of the issues that we've mentioned, and hopefully it just gives a bit of a sense of this as it's been experienced from the science side, I guess. So my specialist discipline is forensic science, and I started in forensic science more than 20 years ago now. And forensic science as a discipline has been on a very significant journey. it's benefited a lot from great media coverage, the CSIs, the silent witness, the Dexters of the media world, the storytelling. But it's also gone under a huge amount of scrutiny. So in 2009, the National Academy of Sciences produced a report that basically said, we've got a very serious concern here because there is not a very strong scientific evidence base that underpins the science that is going into court, particularly how we interpret that science evidence in casework. So it was in that context that I was able to set up a multidisciplinary research institute to address that very specific issue. How can we build an evidence base to support the evaluative interpretation of science evidence as it goes into court? And all was going quite well. We were able to do an awful lot of multidisciplinary experimental work that actually plugged that gap. It was an issue where there wasn't enough knowledge, and we were able to produce it through the scientific method, through scientific processes. But a few years in, it was all, we had this gap well on its way to being addressed. We were building that good evidence base. And I was walking back from a meeting, and I just had this moment of, gosh, the science is now there, but things haven't fundamentally changed in the justice system. We still have science going into court that is based on assumption that doesn't have sufficient scientific evidence behind it, even though the science does exist now. And it was a real moment for me as a researcher that science, excellent science, is step one. But we're missing a very, very critical part of this process if we're not then getting that science into the hands of those who can use it. So in my case, that was within the court system. And not just get the science to them, but get it in a way that engages, that connects with the challenges that they're dealing with, and connects with the context within which they are working and the problems that they're trying to solve. And this is the case for forensic science, which is an applied discipline. It's not as if we're not aware of the impact that the science needs to have. And so this really took me on a journey with the research that we were doing within the university. How can we make sure that the research that we do is going to have impact in the different spaces in which it is necessary if it's going to actually change things for the better? So that means thinking about the policy world, the legal world, and the public who sit on juries and ultimately have to decide whether or not the evidence they've heard is indicative of guilt or innocence. So as I worked with people in the UK Parliament, I worked with lawyers, I spent a lot of time on public engagement. And it became incredibly clear that for science to engage, for science to be at the table rather than on tap, we need to have trust. And trust is manifested in people. It's not really in things, it's in people, it's in relationships. So we're not solely having to think about science and society. We're thinking about trust between people. So scientists and policymakers, scientists and members of the public and policymakers. It's in those people-to-people relationships where the trust is absolutely critical if that science is going to get from science into policy. And it became clear as we were developing the research within the institute that I now run with my co-director, called the Arista Institute, which brings together engineering science, social science, arts and humanities, that actually this particular example was incredibly indicative of a lot of other challenge areas where science is necessary, but not always getting where it needs to get to in the way that it needs to get there. And as we've been thinking about that, a really important part of this story becomes the social contract for science. The social contract for science has changed over the years, and the key driver of that change, when you start mapping it, is the erosion and loss of trust. So the social contract of science really emerged in the 40s as the world was emerging from World War II. And it was essentially a framework where society gave funding and autonomy to researchers in the belief that the outputs of that research would bring benefits to society, new discoveries, new applications. And it was recognised that it was really important for the researchers to have freedom to work on basic science as well as applied science. So this idea that it was possible to do science that didn't have an immediate application. And that was very fertile ground for scientists to discover, to innovate, to experiment, and to discover. As things progressed through the 20th century, we saw lots of really interesting times where the impact of science was having increased visibility, lots of positive outcomes, ranging from household appliances that increased the quality of life for large members of society, through to the science that got man to the moon. But there were also some problematic outcomes of the science developments. Pesticides in the environment, concerns with genetically modified crops in certain sectors of the population. And it became clear that not all science is going to have universally believed positive outcomes. And that led to a real shift in the social contract. Publicly funded science needed to become able to demonstrate that it was socially cognizant, it needed to incorporate an appreciation of complexity, and it had to demonstrate that its outputs were really, really clearly relevant to society. And that really led to a transition from that original framework where there was a lot of trust imbued in scientists towards a situation where publicly funded research, just like other publicly funded institutions, needed to be accountable and demonstrate value for money. And I think more recently, the last 20 years, we've seen another shift happen again. We're using the term polycrisis a lot now. There's an awful lot of situations that need scientific insight to help us solve the challenges that we've got. And an awful lot of excellent science is going into addressing those challenges. But what we're also seeing is that the social science, the social contract for science in its current form isn't imparting the degree of autonomy in researchers that was evident in its earlier incarnations. And it's become far more sort of similar to a contractor relationship. So we've got a need over here, we need to bring the scientists in to solve it. And in some situations, that's led to a real lack of resourcing of basic research and a real focus on looking at science that can make an impact in the short term. And I just think it's very interesting that this evolution has been really precipitated by an erosion of trust. And so, as I conclude, I really want to explore this idea that if we want to have effective channels for excellent science to get into the hands of those who can use it for good, we need to really think collectively about what is the next chapter of the social contract for science. Because then we can start working out how we need to work together, how we can rebuild the trust that is needed for that to be an effective process. Now, there are no easy answers. I'm very aware this is incredibly complex, it's incredibly nuanced, it's always incredibly context sensitive. Different places are going to require different approaches for this to be successful. But I'd like to just leave you with an observation, which is that relationships are built, survive, and thrive on dialogue. Dialogue that's open-ended, that's constructive, that's ongoing. And so if we want to rebuild trust, if we want to get science into the hands of those who can use it, we need to be serious about dialogue. Dialogue that crosses the traditional boundaries of discipline, sector, generation, and culture. So let's have a conversation about what this next chapter of the social contract for science needs to look like. Let's have an honest conversation about how we can reconnect, how we can build trust, so that science and scientists can do what they do best, which is serve society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ruth. I will ask now Anna Maria Cheto also to give your perspective. You have been in many of these discussions and in a way even discussing the social contract that Ruth mentioned and fighting for it, for the autonomy and for the scientific and academic freedom to do research that was important from a science community perspective. So, Anna Maria, to you. Yeah, you speak there. I have to say, we don't hear you very well when you are there. Maybe the public hears well, but for us, we don't hear as well when you are in the podium. But you can, speak where you want, where you are comfortable. I think for the audiences, both are okay. It's for us because you are behind us, so we don't hear, at least I don't hear well.
Hello? Yes? Thank you. No, then I think it's better so that there is a dialogue also among us. No? Well, thank you, Lydia. And for me, this is an opportunity to combine several things that have been on, let's say, a subject for debate, discussion during this forum, namely trust in science and open science and science literacy, which is one of the focuses of the International Decade for Sciences for Sustainable Development. And rather than starting with just one example, I would like to begin by noting that in Mexico, which is my country, and more generally, I think, in Latin America and the Caribbean, the issue is not so much whether the public trusts science or not. The problem is that science is something alien to the majority of the population. People have no connection with it. They are driven by technology. In fact, we are all being driven, pushed, and dragged by technology, I would say. But science and technology are two very different things, and sometimes we tend to forget that. There is little public awareness of the fact that today's technology is based on science. It is very much science-based already for decades, but more and more so. And this technology, through the widespread use of the proliferating social networks, sometimes with anti-scientific messages, and mobile phones and other gadgets, is one of the main drivers of these impressive social transformations that are currently underway and that we have to take very seriously into account if we want to make a change through science and science literacy. But it's not the only driver of social transformations. Another driver that we cannot sufficiently estimate is migration, both from rural to urban areas in most of the world, and across borders, especially from south to north, as a result of growing global asymmetries. You know, Latin America and the Caribbean is not the poorest region of the world, but it is the most unequal, with huge local and regional socioeconomic disparities. We live in a fragmented society. Sometimes entire villages are abandoned because their inhabitants are displaced for lack of means of survival or wars, or because of drug cartels or armed groups depriving them of their land, or they are forced by climate change, by extreme droughts or extreme floods, etc. And I'm not talking just about a few. There are 172 million people in our region that do not have sufficient income to cover their basic needs. And the result, violence breaks out, families are separated, traditional communities break up, leaving behind their modus vivendi and their work, their cultural and social ties, their contact with the natural environment, and their mother tongue. People suffer a loss of identity, and in the end, new communities are formed among people who hardly know each other. Not surprisingly, social and human relations have become more violent, and this is also manifested at the level of families and schools, sometimes reaching a level of extreme aggression, as was recently recognized by UNESCO on the occasion of the International Day Against Violence and Bullying at School. Well, and moreover, on top of that, the global political atmosphere, marked by persistent economic embargoes, ongoing wars, devastating territorial invasions, and fueled by the increasing use of modern weapons, science-based modern weapons, reinforces the sense that violence is natural, that we must live with it, and that, why not, we can practice it also. So the question is, can science literacy play a role in these circumstances? My short answer is yes, in more ways than one. If it is first integrated into a comprehensive plan that addresses the other issues mentioned above. And I would start by referring to the global policy level, because we are here to discuss policy now. The issue, I think, at the global policy level would be addressed by redirecting investments in science and technology to peaceful uses, and more broadly by devoting every effort to make our world a less violent and more peaceful place to live. Although it would be utopian to think that such a step can be taken in the short term, I think a decision by governments to move sooner rather than later in this direction should be possible and highly desirable. And in this regard, I would like to mention something that our newly elected president of Mexico, who is a lady and who is a physicist, a colleague of ours who studied in our school, has taken, because she participated in the recent G20 forum, and there she made a bold proposal that sounded bold in that environment, namely to take just 1% of the global military spending of today and redirect it to reforestation. As a scientist, as a citizen, I would say 1% is very little. We need much more, but maybe she is more realistic. As a politician, she may be more realistic. No? Anyway, I think this is the kind of steps that can be used. Now, at the social level, and speaking for my region, as the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, of the Economic Council of Latin America and Caribbean, has noted recently, the strengthening of social protection systems is a strategic space for the adoption of an integrated approach that can have a significant impact on the reduction of poverty, inequality, low levels of social cohesion, and therefore on achievement of social development. And for this reason, both also our federal government and also the government of Mexico City are indeed investing. They are very socially oriented now. They are led by scientists, but socially oriented. And they are investing heavily in social programs as a priority. These programs include financial assistance in the form of scholarships, the creation of spaces for community participation through workshops and support activities for all ages, for young people, for the elder, etc. The expansion of free health services to the entire population, the expansion of enrollment in schools and universities, etc. And such an inclusive and non-violent environment is conducive to learning and to social bonding, which is also very much needed because of what I said before. And thus, it is that this is the climate needed for effective science education. Of course, this is not enough, and I would end by saying that science and education systems, well, of course, they have a lot of work to do, as we said earlier on, to provide high quality science education. I am not for excellence. I don't understand excellence in abstract, but yes, we need high quality science education programs and resources for the whole population. And these educational and science systems have to work together with the active participation, co-participation of both scientists, members of the scientific community, and teachers. Teachers are very important if they are to make an effective contribution to science literacy. And this brings me, of course, to the UNESCO recommendation of open science, but I will talk later if there is a possibility. Thank you, Liv.
Thank you very much, Ana Maria, and I think you highlight quite a few things. One is this discrepancy of funding in in science for different purposes. So military science, science for development. So how much are we really putting forward, and thank you very much for highlighting also the bold proposal of President Claudia in terms of changing, or at least redirecting some of those funds for reforestation and for environmental restoration. And you also mentioned about the link between science and education that I think is quite important. But maybe I will give you now for the questions, because now I'm going around for questions. Maybe under the International Decade of Sciences for Sustainable Development, both science literacy, promoting open science is a key aspect of the decade in terms of building science. So what advice would you have for the international community and for the different stakeholders of the decade? What do we need to do during these 10 years of the decade to really use the potential of open science to build trust in science?
Well, thank you for allowing me to continue. How many minutes do we have now?
Now is 3 minutes.
3,
because we have about half an hour before we finish.
Okay, yes. Well, I mean, there are many things to be done, and there have been so many statements, so many declarations, and there is a lot of goodwill among this community. There's not so much political goodwill outside. We can see that there are some political leaders that are taking anti-scientific decisions, no? Not only science-based, they are anti-science-based. And talking about science diplomacy, they are anti-diplomatic also. So that's the world today, and we have to make sure that we can have our voice heard, and that our own political leaders can take this kind of bold steps. I think those are very important. Of course, the UNESCO recommendations can help. In particular, the open science recommendation, which is receiving very different interpretations, but I would like to stress the way we see it in our region. We consider that this open science recommendation is really a way to bring science more to the benefit of the whole population. And I don't want to talk about beneficiaries or recipients, no. It's about working together, no? And this is the way I interpret the opening up of science, of a much closer collaboration between science and the science community and the rest of the population, because we are part of the population. We are not something different, no? And this, for me, I would like to see taken to the government level, to the policy level, but also we need to work more with the citizens, and with the organized citizens, with the NGOs, etc., because they are part of the solution. It's not just the governments. We are lucky now that we have as I said, we have a president who is a scientist and she has a track record in implementing, let's say, science-based solutions to the benefit of the environment and of the society in general, as she was the head of the government of Mexico, of the city of Mexico. And that in itself is helping for the population to have trust, because the population trusts her. Obviously, the population has deposited their confidence in her, because otherwise she would not have received the enormous amount of votes she received. As a scientist, that means that there is not a mistrust in science itself, no? And this is one way of showing it. So I think it's a good example, and I hope it can be replicated. Thank you.
So we need more scientists in politics, and making sure that our leaders have a strong science background, and they themselves are pushing.
If they are transparent and if they are trustworthy, yes.
Of course. Thank you very much, Ana Maria. And I think you put the basis for me to go to Ruth now And Ruth, I want to follow up in what you spoke about, that we need a new social contract with science and science and society. So the social contract is changing because the times are changing. In your view, what would that contract look like, and what are the key dimensions? Because before, the framework was clear in terms of autonomy, of support, but also, of course, a certain level of responsibility from scientists to respond to needs. But that has changed. What is the new social contract that we are seeing emerging?
That's an incredible question. And it's one that I would feel very nervous to articulate with just one perspective. I genuinely think that's something we've got to have a broad conversation about. As a scientist, I think the ideals of autonomy and responsibility are very appealing. I think as somebody who's curious and loves experimenting, being given freedom to go into things that I believe to be important and to be interesting is incredibly valuable, and not having to justify in very short time frames the value of that research is very appealing, but I'm aware that that's just one voice, and that this is something that we need to do collectively. But I do think that trust thing is absolutely critical here, and we're only going to be able to navigate how that contract emerges if there is trust. And that means having opportunities to have conversations, and it's not just well-structured and timetabled conversations, it's the conversations that happen in the midst of everything. It's having people rubbing shoulders in unexpected circumstances. And I'm very aware that we need very different roles in that. So we need people from the science community to have that sort of diplomat role. We need certain people to be able to build very strong relationships and build that trust with very specific key individuals. But we also need storytellers. We need scientists who are able to craft a narrative that connects with the public or with a broader range of audiences, to really distill out what is it that's exciting and what does it connect to that could change things for the better, and how can we collectively enact that change. And I think we also need the connectors. We need the scientists who are able to see how their science connects with other people's science and do that sort of synthesis. So I often talk about bees, and sorry for those that were in the previous plenary, but bees are very critical for ensuring environments survive and thrive because they cross-pollinate as they go from plant to plant. But there are also certain bees, there are thousands of species of bee, but there's only 6 or 7 species of bee that can actually make honey. And I think one of the key things we need in our science community is to find those people who can transform all that knowledge and insight that comes across the broad range of disciplines and synthesize it, transform it into honey, because honey can go out, honey can be applied and do transformative things. So we need a broad conversation, and we need different roles of people in that conversation. As a community, we need to enable and support each other to play to our strengths.
Thank you so very much, and also thanks for highlighting that it has to be a conversation with several stakeholders, and we are lucky enough here that we have also government and political leaders here. That I hope is just the beginning of, I know, a long and important and deep conversation. But I would go to you, really, Deputy State Secretary, in 2 aspects. One is, as Ruth was saying, the social contract with science is changing, and new dimensions are being brought to it. So it would be interesting to hear from you what are those new dimensions from a policy-making point of view. But Ruth, you also talk about science diplomacy, and also Anna mentioned that. So again, in such a complex world that we are living, we also know that the conversation with policymaking is not only at national level, it also has to be at global level. So what's the role of science diplomacy? And of course, Hungary has a long story history of science diplomacy, and I'm very proud that tomorrow I will visit the Academy for Diplomats to discuss precisely some of these issues. But if you can give us some highlights, what are the new dimensions on this social contract, and what is the role of science diplomacy, and start shaping maybe this new contract that will help us to build trust?
Yes. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, I think what is most important that people who are, at the end of the day, as taxpayers, fund all research, or mainly all research in our societies, just understand what is researchers and scientists are doing for them, basically. And this should be at the core of this new, let's put it that way, social contract between scientists and society. Because if they feel too far away from what researchers do, then science will be in some tower locked away from them, and they just don't feel on their daily lives the potential impacts that are there. We just don't tell them that these impacts are coming from scientists and scientific research. So basically that's what I would refer to back again to my opening remarks, that and we call it in Europe, for example, mission-driven research. So we should understand what are the great challenges of our times, mention some of them, and we should see, and people should see what are the scientists are doing in order to reach these goals. And somehow I feel like here in Hungary that we have to be translators from Hungarian to Hungarian between scientists and let's say average people, or even policymakers as well. And the second question was about how can we increase the trust, not just here in Hungary, for example, or in a nation, but in international terms as well. You know, the best ambassadors, I think, for this is our greatest scientists. Hungary have a lot of great minds. Back in the history as well, you know that Hungary gave a lot of Nobel laureates for the world. 12 of them were born in Hungary, 18 of them has Hungarian background of Nobel laureates. I think they're the most important ambassadors for this. You know, in the 40s, 50s, Hungarian scientists were called Martians, people who came from the Mars, because a lot of them went to the US, physicists, mathematicians, for example, Leo Szilard or Jan Wigner, and they had several and significant impact on physics and mathematics as well. And the second one is, I think, good practice from Hungary is that we have so-called scientific attaches in 15 countries all around the world, from the West, in the US, in the UK, in Germany, but even in South Korea or Japan. These attaches are working for the government, basically, and their work is to create new connections, new scientific or higher education or research connections throughout the world. And they're not working for the government, basically, they're working for the research institutions, for our universities, and all of the ecosystem players in the research ecosystem. I would highlight them as a good practice of Hungary. They're doing a huge and very important work in order to create new connections in the international field.
Thank you very much for dwelling also on the quality and the long tradition of science, as you do have in Hungary and in many parts of this region. But you also raised something that Anna Maria had raised before, that is this disconnect between science and the scientific community and the community at large. And IBIC is very much working on that line, Tiago, because you are an information bureau or an institute to make sure that the knowledge that is created by the Brazilian scientific community is indeed at the service of people. So what are the best practices, if any, in Brazil that connects either through science communication or citizen science that really brings these two communities more near and more engaged with each other? Because again, I think in the previous panel, also this issue of connection between the scientific community and the communities at large, it's an important part of trust. So your experience there, if you can share with us.
Thank you, Lydia, for such a question. In reality, it brings me the chance to present the last point I could not present yearly. And I have to say I'm sorry for exceeding the time. I was previously informed that I would have more time, and I didn't reorganize myself. So what we have been doing, we have looking for funds in other areas than science and technology. So nowadays we have been funded by our Minister of Health and our Minister of Justice to understand how the disinformation process or the disinformation ecosystem it happens, and how the society is affected by it, and how we can counterattack or organize ourselves to have an infrastructure that is strong enough to present the good information to people. And we are doing that based on both concepts, open science and citizen science. And of course, the popularization of science is something that we must take care of. And we are really trying to create methodology to develop capacity building on what we are calling science talkers, the TikTokers of science. So we are trying to develop this methodology so people from high school and from university, they can present scientific concepts to the small world, to the group they are sharing information. And this, I think, is something that we will have here really good result. So these are the things we are working on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing the importance of social media and social influencers. During COVID, UNESCO had a very good project generously supported by the European Union in building these fact-checking platforms on COVID science, and really to make sure that both media personnel, but also influencers, had the chance to have a platform where they could check facts with science, scientific facts versus disinformation. I was in Latin America at the time, and for our fact-checking platform, the most users were influencers and young influencers. So we started connecting them with the scientists that were working on COVID research, and it was amazing the change that we could see also on their own way of communicating science, and we discovered that some of them have a science background, and we don't use their scientific education to really having them, as you were talking about, the connectors and the ones who do the synthesis, and that also goes from one field of science to another and connects it and makes some sense of it. So maybe it's one of the things that we need to think, that in this social contract of science, with science, there are some other stakeholders that may not have been there before. So it's not only the dimensions and the bases and the values inherent to that social contract, but it's also who is there and who is really responsible by several of these aspects. We have time for 1 minute each final comment, what you would like to see in the report, and a message that all of us will take after we go back to our work. And I will start with Tiago at the far end and then move this way.
Okay, thank you. The challenges we face today in the field of science are significant, but they also present an opportunity for growth and improvement. By fostering a culture of open science and citizen science, we can bridge the gap between scientific communities and society, making knowledge more accessible and inclusive. Through collective efforts, we can counter misinformation and build a stronger, more resilient trust in science, which is essential for societal progress. The initiatives we are working on, Brazil, are just a step in this broader effort to promote science as a tool for development, fostering a positive change in our world. Let us continue to collaborate, engage, and educate to ensure that science remains a pillar of truth and progress for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tiago, and also congratulations to Brazil and to President Lula for this new fund related to integrity of information on environmental sciences, and how can we make sure that misinformation and disinformation on what science is saying about environmental issues and climate change and loss of biodiversity, it's fought from the very core of the centers of disinformation. And again, the leadership of Brazil, it's incredible, and thank you very much, because that's one of the areas that UNESCO works very strongly, and of course we will have the secretariat of that fund, so we are also very proud for the trust given to us in manage that important platform. So Laszlo, from your point of view, what is your last message that you want to leave with us so that we can continue building trust in science?
So as we discussed that most of the great challenges what we face today can be solved only by science and research. But the ones who can solve these issues are basically the policymakers and decision makers, and they have to understand what science does for or doing for reaching these goals and solving these problems, and they have to work very strongly together, as we discussed. But I think that we have to put more emphasis on building these connections between scientists and policymakers, because this is just not gonna go by itself. We have to work on that very seriously.
Thank you.
I'm going to build on that. I think change is only going to happen collectively, so we need to be working together, and that's going to require everyone to be courageous and to be humble and to listen as well as to speak, and we need to embrace diversity across the scientific community, across the policy-making community, across our broad societies. It's not a one-size-fits-all solution, but I think together we've shown time and time again that we have creativity and ingenuity, and we can make changes.
Thank you. Anna?
Yes, I think we have to take very seriously into account the deep social transformations of today that are affecting all generations, all ages, people, elder people and people of middle age, but especially the younger generation. The younger generation is perhaps digitally literate, but not scientifically literate, no? So we have to use the digital means also, as with your example, which I find wonderful. There are indeed many opportunities that have been opened by these technologies, but we are not using perhaps we are not getting the best out of it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have 6 minutes, and I'm so happy because of that, because I'm going to ask 3 persons of the audience, only 3 because we don't have more time. Give your message. What did you go out with from this panel? And I will have to change like this, so I start with the lady there, and then I have a gentleman here.
Just a comment. Hungary has 15 scientific attachés in the world. Why SICA, which is an environment in Central America cannot consider to have its scientific attaché?
That's a question, so we will reflect, but I have the lady there, and then a gentleman here, and then another gentleman there.
We have to encourage, me, Amal Amin from Egypt, from the National Research Center, we have to encourage scientists themselves to begin the dialogue. We have to have multidisciplinary dialogues. We need a World Science Forum every 2 years to speak to each other. So we are working as separate islands. We have to communicate. And we have to trust that science needn't trust. Science and scientists are trustful by themselves, so that we have to begin. We have to work like messengers. We have to begin that dialogue as scientists, and we have to communicate to our societies and to be in the lobe of our societies. Thanks.
That's a good point. We have to trust each other in science. So I have the gentleman here. And we have to interact more, and we have to build together with our societies. Thank you for that position.
Thank you very much. I am very much interested to linking trust building, and responsibility. Responsibility of both sides. I am about basically of science policy nexus. The role of science in relation to responsibility. As a matter of fact, very frequently, representatives of different disciplines compete with each other. But actually, they are also responsible if there is a challenge, any kind of challenges, to somehow combine the various aspects, dimensions of the problem. Not only social science, environmental science, economic-related one, when they really come up with a concise, science-based advice for decision makers. On the other side, politicians, especially the high-ranking policymakers, they have also a very special responsibility when they are selective which kind of advice they accept. They also responsive whether to support or interfere with the neutrality or freedom of the science. These two sides of responsibility is a vital one. So I am very much interested in the panelists, how they see this so-called trust-related their responsibility from the point of view of the scientist and point of view of the high-ranking policymakers.
We are very short of time, but I think it's an interesting point. And I think links a little bit with the previous speaker said about trusting among scientists themselves and working together, as you were mentioning, transdisciplinary. But maybe I pass to you. I want to give to any of you. And do you have any response to this trust and responsibility from both sides? Anybody wants to address? Yeah, Anna?
I think the two are very much linked together. In fact, I always see it as a scientist that first I have a responsibility in the first place. And I would like to see that every scientist also feels that he has a professional responsibility. We are privileged because we have been trained as scientists, and with this privilege comes a responsibility, a social responsibility and a moral responsibility. And that's why, for instance, I insist that we should be working for peace. For me, responsibility of scientists and scientists working for war, and many of them are doing, are a contradiction. So this would be my take to your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other one? No? Yeah, really, and I think Anna Maria in the last panel spoke about social literacy, that scientists have to be also social literate to be able to engage more also with society and policymakers. Very quickly, because we have very few seconds.
I'll be brief. I'd like to resonate what Deputy Secretary Bodish said when he said that the government and the umbrella institutions, headquarters of research networks, universities, have to translate between scientists and the public, especially when publish or perish is the struggling everyday life of researchers nowadays. A very good scientist with cutting-edge research cannot be a scientific communicator, a research group leader, and top scientist parallel continuously at full throttle. One of these will perish. And communication and trust in science can only be built if these institutions help, responsibly help scientists, and scientists are responsible for producing cutting-edge scientific results, which help society. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So unfortunately, 000 means there is a next session coming in. But I really, really want to thank, first of all, my panelists. So a round of applause to them, because I think, and I think this idea of a new social contract with science, I think this idea of trust, responsibility, how do we build that? How do we trust ourselves in the scientific community? How do we build the trust with other stakeholders? And I think a very important point is this idea of new stakeholders in the social contract with science that may help us to really build a trustful environment that, again, we will see science for peace, science for development, science for all. I thank you very much again for being here.
Hello, and before everybody leaves, just we're going to have a press briefing for the members of the media here in the next 30 minutes. So I would like to ask members of the media who are present in the room or just outside the room to come inside. And we'll have about 30 minutes. We'll have 4 speakers. 2 of them who were on the panel, Lydia Brito and Ruth Morgan. And furthermore, we will have Tamara Elsain, Secretary General of the National Council for Scientific Research of Lebanon, who was the keynote speaker of an earlier panel, and Takaki Kajita, also a speaker.